Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The last notes of the evening bells drifted across the gentle hills of Little Wickham like whispered prayers finding their way home. Father Brown stepped from the shadowed doorway of St. Mary's Rectory, his worn leather shoes meeting the cool stone path with a soft, familiar rhythm. The air carried the mingled scents of wood smoke and evening primroses, while somewhere in the distance a blackbird offered its liquid song to the gathering dusk. His fingers brushed against the smooth wooden beads of his rosary, tucked safely in his pocket as his eyes took in the transformation that twilight brought to his beloved village. Gas lamps began their nightly dance to life, one by one, casting golden pools of warmth onto cobblestones that had witnessed centuries of evening strolls just like this one. The lamplighter, old Samuel with his crooked back and steady hands, moved with practised grace from post to post, his ladder creaking a gentle accompaniment to the settling sounds of day's end. Father Brown paused at the rectory gate, his round face serene beneath his wide-brimmed hat. The evening held that particular quality of light that photographers spend lifetimes trying to capture. Not quite day, not yet night, but something altogether more magical suspended between the two. In this liminal hour, the village revealed its secrets more freely, as if the approaching darkness gave permission for small mysteries to unfold. His gaze wandered across the narrow lane to where Mrs. Pemberton's cottage sat like a contented cat in its garden of hollyhocks and sweet peas. The elderly woman was known throughout Little Wickham for her precise habits. Her morning tea at exactly 7:30, her afternoon walk to the post office at 2 o'clock sharp, and her evening ritual of watering the geraniums that cascaded from every available windowsill. Yet tonight something seemed amiss. There, balanced precariously on the wrought-iron gate that separated her garden from the lane, sat a book. Not just any book, but one that Father Brown recognised immediately, the burgundy leather binding of Tennyson's collected works from the village library. Mrs. Pemberton was as protective of borrowed books as she was of her prize-winning roses, yet here it lay, forgotten and vulnerable to the evening dew that would soon begin to settle. The priest's eyebrows rose slightly, creating gentle creases in his forehead. In all his years shepherding this flock, he had never known Mrs. Pemberton to leave anything, let alone a borrowed book, in such an exposed position. The woman who scolded children for running through puddles would never abandon library property to the mercy of an English evening's unpredictable moods. Father Brown approached the gate with the careful steps of a man who understood that small anomalies often held the keys to larger truths. The book lay open, its pages fluttering slightly in the breeze that carried the scent of Mrs. Pemberton's lavender hedge. As he drew closer, he could see that it was turned to the Lady of Shalott, the verses seeming to float in the golden light that spilled from the cottage windows. 4 grey walls and 4 grey towers overlook a space of flowers, he murmured softly, the familiar words bringing a gentle smile to his lips. Mrs. Pemberton had always been fond of Tennyson, often quoting him during their conversations about the garden or the weather. But why would she leave his work here, exposed to the elements that could damage both binding and pages? The cottage itself glowed warmly from within, suggesting that Mrs. Pemberton was indeed at home. Through the lace curtains of her sitting-room window, Father Brown could make out the familiar silhouette of the woman herself, moving about her evening routines. She appeared to be setting something on her mantelpiece, perhaps her spectacles, or the small silver bell she used to call her tabby cat Winston, in for his evening meal. As Father Brown studied the scene, the deeper mysteries of village life began to whisper to him, in the way they always did. Little Wickham was a place where everyone knew everyone else's business, yet somehow the most important things often went unspoken. Mrs. Pemberton had been a widow for 15 years now, ever since her husband Albert had passed away after a brief illness that left the entire village mourning. She had managed admirably on her own, maintaining her cottage and garden with the same meticulous care she'd shown when Albert was alive to help her. Yet Father Brown knew, as only a priest could know, that independence often came at the cost of isolation. Mrs. Pemberton rarely asked for help, rarely admitted to struggle, and certainly would never confess to the kind of forgetfulness that might leave a borrowed book sitting on a garden gate. The contradiction nagged at him like a splinter beneath the skin. The village around them continued its gentle descent into evening calm. Somewhere down Church Lane, he could hear the cheerful clatter of pots and pans as families prepared their dinners. The Ashford Bakery, 3 houses down, still emanated the warm scent of bread, though the shop had closed hours ago. Young Mrs. Fletcher's cottage stood dark and quiet. The widow often retired early with her small son Tommy, trying to make the most of their modest coal allowance. Father Brown's pastoral heart always noticed these details, the lit windows that spoke of family warmth, the dark ones that might indicate loneliness or hardship. In a village like Little Wickham, where the social fabric was woven tight as any tapestry, each thread mattered. The early 20th century had brought changes to English village life, but some things remained constant. The need for community, the importance of small kindnesses, and the way that tiny mysteries often revealed the deepest human truths. The gas lamp nearest to Mrs. Pemberton's gate flickered to full brightness, casting dancing shadows across the forgotten book. Father Brown found himself thinking about the nature of memory and routine. Mrs. Pemberton's life ran on rails as precise as those that carried the evening train through the valley beyond Little Wickham. For such a woman to disrupt her own pattern suggested either distraction or deliberate intent. As he pondered this small puzzle, the sound of footsteps on cobblestones drew his attention. Around the corner came Dr. Matthews, the village physician, his medical bag swinging gently at his side. The doctor's face wore the expression of a man finishing his rounds, tired but satisfied, ready for his own evening meal and perhaps a pipe by the fire. "Evening, Father," Dr. Matthews called softly, mindful of the peace that dusk brought to their small community. "Beautiful night for a walk, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, Doctor," Father Brown replied, his voice carrying the warmth that had comforted countless parishioners over the years. "I was just noticing how the evening light makes everything look different, more mysterious, perhaps." Dr. Matthews paused beside the priest, following his gaze toward Mrs. Pemberton's cottage. The medical man had sharp eyes, a necessity in his profession, and he too noticed the abandoned book. "That's odd," he murmured. "Mrs. Pemberton is usually so careful with library property. I remember her lecturing young Jimmy Hartwell about returning books on time just last week." "Yes," Father Brown agreed thoughtfully. "It does seem out of character. Have you seen her recently? Is she quite well?" The doctor considered this question with the gravity that medical professionals bring to discussions of their patients' welfare. "I haven't been called to attend to her in months, which is good news in my profession. Though now that you mention it, she did seem a bit flustered when I passed her on the lane yesterday morning. But she's getting on in years. We all have our scattered moments." Father Brown nodded, though something in the doctor's description only deepened his sense that this small mystery held significance beyond its apparent simplicity. Flustered was not a word anyone would typically apply to Mrs. Pemberton, whose composure was as legendary in Little Wickham as her prize-winning roses. The two men stood in comfortable companionship for a moment, watching as Winston the cat appeared from somewhere in the depths of Mrs. Pemberton's garden. The tabby moved with the unhurried grace that only cats possess, picking his way delicately between the flower beds toward the... Even Winston seemed to sense that something was different tonight. Instead of his usual direct path, he paused near the gate, sniffing curiously at the abandoned book. "Well," Dr. Matthews said finally, adjusting his grip on his medical bag, "I should be getting home. Mrs. Matthews will have dinner waiting, and she doesn't appreciate lateness any more than Mrs. Pemberton appreciates carelessness with library books." Father Brown smiled at this gentle humour. "Give my regards to Mrs. Matthews, Doctor. And perhaps, if you happen to see Mrs. Pemberton in the next day or two, you might mention the book, just in passing, of course." "Of course," the doctor agreed, understanding passing between them in the way it often did among people who cared for the same community from different but complementary perspectives. Sometimes the smallest gestures of concern mean the most. As Dr. Matthews continued on his way, his footsteps growing fainter down the cobblestone lane, Father Brown found himself alone once more with the mystery of the misplaced book. The evening had grown perceptibly cooler, and he pulled his dark coat more snugly around his shoulders. Above, the first stars were beginning to appear in the deepening sky, tiny points of light that seemed to mirror the warm glow emanating from cottage windows throughout the village. The priest's mind worked in the patient, methodical way that had served him well in matters both spiritual and temporal. Mrs. Pemberton's forgetfulness, if that's what this was, seemed to exist in isolation. Her cottage was well maintained, her garden immaculate, her daily routines apparently unchanged. Yet here was this book, placed with what seemed like deliberate care on her gate, open to verses about isolation and longing. Father Brown approached the gate once more, this time close enough to read the page that lay exposed to the evening air. The poem spoke of a woman trapped in a tower, viewing the world only through reflections in a mirror, forbidden from looking directly upon life itself. When at last she chose to look out her window at the real world, the mirror cracked, and her fate was sealed. The parallel struck him with the force of revelation, though he was careful not to let his imagination run ahead of the facts. Still, the symbolism was difficult to ignore. Mrs. Pemberton, so proper and self-contained, viewing village life from behind her lace curtains and garden gates, was she perhaps feeling the weight of her own self-imposed isolation? As he contemplated this possibility, movement in the cottage window caught his eye. Mrs. Pemberton herself had appeared at the glass, and for a moment their eyes met across the distance. She raised a hand in greeting, a gesture so natural and ordinary that it made the abandoned book seem even more mysterious by contrast. Father Brown returned the wave with his characteristic gentle smile, then made a decision that would set the evening's events in motion. Rather than simply retrieving the book and returning it to its owner, he would allow this small mystery to unfold naturally. Sometimes, he had learned, the kindest intervention was simply to remain alert and available, ready to offer help when it was needed rather than when it was expected. He touched the brim of his hat in a respectful farewell to Mrs. Pemberton and continued on his evening walk. Behind him the book remained on its gate, pages still fluttering in the gentle breeze that carried the mingled scents of dinner preparations and garden flowers. Somewhere in the distance, a church clock chimed the hour, 8 o'clock, the traditional time for evening prayers and reflection. As Father Brown walked deeper into the village, his steps carrying him past familiar landmarks and friendly windows, he carried with him the image of that abandoned book and the questions it raised. In Little Wickham, as in communities everywhere, the surface often concealed currents that ran much deeper. Tonight's gentle mystery was only beginning to reveal itself, and the priest felt the familiar stirring of interest that came when human nature presented its puzzles, wrapped in the ordinary fabric of daily life. The evening stretched ahead, full of promise and possibility, with shadows that held secrets and lights that offered warmth. Father Brown's walk had truly begun. The cobblestones of Church Lane gleamed like scattered coins in the lamplight, as Father Brown made his way deeper into the heart of Little Wickham. Each step carried him further into the embrace of evening, where familiar sights took on new dimensions in the golden glow that seemed to transform even the most ordinary cottage into something touched by magic. The narrow lane curved gently between rows of Tudor houses, their timber frames dark with age and weather, their whitewashed walls glowing warmly in the soft light that spilled from leaded glass windows. Here, tucked away from the main thoroughfare that connected Little Wickham to the larger world beyond, lay the true soul of the village. The homes where families had lived for generations, where children had grown to adulthood and returned to raise children of their own, where the rhythms of rural English life continued much as they had for centuries past. The early 20th century had brought its changes, to be sure. The gas lamps that now illuminated the streets, the telegraph wires that connected the village to distant places, the occasional motor car that startled horses and set dogs barking. But the essential character of the place remained beautifully, stubbornly unchanged. Father Brown paused outside Ivy Cottage, where old Mr. Wickham could be seen through the front window, carefully tending to a small forest of plants that crowded every available surface. The elderly gentleman had been the village's unofficial expert on all things horticultural for as long as anyone could remember, dispensing advice on everything from rose cultivation to the proper timing for planting vegetables. His cottage garden was a testament to decades of patient care. Even now, in the gathering dusk, Father Brown could make out the pale shapes of late-blooming roses climbing the walls, their sweet scent mingling with the earthier aromas of fresh-turned soil and composting leaves. The sound of Father Brown's footsteps on the cobblestones must have reached Mr. Wickham's ears, for the old man looked up from his plants and smiled, raising a soil-stained hand in greeting. With the unhurried movements of someone who had long ago learned that life's pleasures were best savoured slowly, he made his way to his front door and stepped out into the evening air. "Father Brown," he called softly, mindful of the peace that dusk brought to their small community, "what brings you down our quiet lane on such a lovely evening? Though I suppose any evening is lovely when you're not the one worrying about whether the slugs have found your prized dahlias." The priest smiled at this gentle humour, recognising in Mr. Wickham's words the kind of practical philosophy that had sustained generations of English gardeners through seasons of triumph and disappointment alike. "Good evening, Mr. Wickham. I was just taking my constitution, enjoying the way twilight transforms our familiar village into something rather magical. And I see you're still at work, despite the hour." Mr. Wickham chuckled, brushing dirt from his hands with a well-worn cloth. "Ah, but this isn't work, Father. This is conversation. I was just having a word with my geraniums about whether they might consider blooming a bit longer this year. They're remarkably good listeners, though not much for offering advice in return." The two men stood in comfortable companionship, watching as the evening light gradually deepened around them. In the distance, the sound of children's laughter drifted from the direction of the village green, where young voices called out in some game that would soon be interrupted by mothers summoning them home for supper and bedtime stories. "I don't suppose you've noticed anything unusual in the neighbourhood this evening?" Father Brown asked, his tone casual but his eyes alert. "I came across something rather puzzling earlier. Mrs. Pemberton seems to have left a library book sitting on her garden gate, most unlike her usual careful ways." Mr. Wickham's weathered face creased with interest. "Mrs. Pemberton, you say? That is odd indeed. She's as precise in her habits as a railway timetable. Only yesterday I saw her deadheading her roses with the same attention to detail that a surgeon might bring to his work. Not the sort of person to leave books lying about, that's certain." The old gardener fell silent for a moment, his eyes taking on the distant look that came when he was sifting through memories. "Though now that you mention it, I did notice her walking past here rather hurriedly yesterday afternoon. Usually she stops to chat about the weather, or to comment on how my late roses are faring. Yesterday she barely nodded, seemed quite preoccupied with something." Father Brown filed this observation away with the careful attention he brought to all information that might shed light on human behaviour. Mrs. Pemberton's routine was so well established that deviations from it were noticed by the entire neighbourhood, a testament both to the woman's consistency and to the close-knit nature of village life. "Did she seem distressed?" the priest inquired gently. "Or merely hurried?" Mr. Wickham considered this question with the thoroughness he brought to all matters requiring careful thought. "Not distressed exactly. More like someone who had suddenly remembered an important appointment. She kept checking that little silver watch she wears. You know the one, belonged to her late husband." kept glancing at it as if time was somehow moving faster than usual. This detail struck Father Brown as particularly significant. Mrs. Pemberton's watch had indeed belonged to her husband Albert, and she consulted it with the reverence of someone maintaining a sacred trust. For her to be checking it repeatedly suggested either unusual punctuality concerns or unusual anxiety about the passage of time. As they spoke, the evening continued its gentle transformation around them. Gas lamps flickered to full brightness along the lane, creating pools of warm light that connected cottage to cottage like luminous stepping stones. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the complex perfume of an English village settling into night, wood smoke from chimneys, the lingering sweetness of honeysuckle, the earthy scent of gardens breathing in the moisture that would nourish them through the dark hours ahead. From somewhere in the maze of narrow streets that branched off from Church Lane, the sound of a door closing reached them, followed by the measured footsteps of someone making their way home from the day's labours. Father Brown recognised the particular rhythm of those footsteps. They belonged to Mrs. Hartwell, who ran the village post office with the same meticulous attention to detail that Mrs. Pemberton brought to her library books. Mrs. Hartwell's evening routine was as predictable as sunrise. Close the post office at 6, count the day's receipts, lock everything securely, and walk home to her cottage on Mill Street for a solitary supper and an evening with her needlework. "There goes Mrs. Hartwell," Mr. Wickham observed, following the direction of Father Brown's gaze. Punctual as ever, you could set your watch by that woman's habits, assuming you needed to set your watch, which most of us never do anymore thanks to the reliability of her timekeeping. Father Brown smiled at this gentle observation about the interconnected nature of village life, where one person's reliability became a service to the entire community. Indeed, the post office is fortunate to have someone so dependable, though I imagine it must be rather lonely work, especially in the evenings when the day's correspondence has been sorted and there's nothing left but the quiet. The comment hung in the air between them, touching on one of the unspoken realities of village life in the early 20th century. For all its charms and community spirit, rural England could be a lonely place, particularly for unmarried women of a certain age who found themselves responsible for their own survival in a world that offered limited opportunities for independence. Mrs. Hartwell, like Mrs. Pemberton, had carved out a respectable place for herself through careful attention to duty and routine, but the cost of such respectability was often isolation. Mr. Wickham nodded thoughtfully. Lonely indeed. Though she does have her books from the library, quite the reader, our Mrs. Hartwell. I often see her walking home with a novel tucked under her arm. Always something improving, mind you. Nothing frivolous for our postmistress. Father Brown's attention sharpened at this mention of library books. She borrows regularly then? Oh yes, every fortnight like clockwork, and always returns them in perfect condition, just the way Mrs. Pemberton does. Both of them treat borrowed books like sacred trusts, which I suppose they are in a way. Knowledge is a precious thing, especially when it must be shared among many. The priest found himself thinking about the network of connections that linked the residents of Little Wickham together in ways both obvious and subtle. Mrs. Pemberton and Mrs. Hartwell, two careful, solitary women united by their respect for borrowed books and their commitment to the small responsibilities that kept village life functioning smoothly. Yet tonight, one of them had abandoned a book to the mercy of the evening dew, a departure from character so significant that it demanded explanation. As if summoned by their conversation, the sound of Mrs. Hartwell's footsteps grew closer, and presently she appeared around the corner of Church Lane, her day's work completed and her thoughts already turning toward home. She moved with the purposeful stride of someone who wasted neither time nor energy on unnecessary detours, her grey dress practical and well-maintained, her posture erect despite the long day behind her. "Good evening, Mrs. Hartwell," Father Brown called softly as she approached. A beautiful night for the walk home. She paused in her progress, offering the gentle smile that softened her usually businesslike demeanour. "Good evening, Father Brown, Mr. Wickham." "Yes, it is lovely, isn't it? Though I must admit I'm rather eager to reach home. I've been looking forward to settling in with a cup of tea and the book I borrowed from the library yesterday." "Ah, a new book," Mr. Wickham observed with interest. "May I ask what you've chosen?" Your literary recommendations have always proven excellent." Mrs. Hartwell's face brightened with the pleasure that bibliophiles always display when discussing their current reading. It's a collection of essays by Charles Lamb, beautifully written pieces about London life and literature. Not everyone's taste, perhaps, but I find his gentle humour quite restorative after a day of sorting correspondence and dealing with the inevitable complaints about postal delays. Father Brown listened to this exchange with growing interest, noting the way Mrs. Hartwell's entire demeanour changed when she spoke about books. The businesslike efficiency remained, but it was warmed by genuine enthusiasm, revealing the passionate reader who existed beneath the professional postmistress. "Charles Lamb," he mused aloud. "An excellent choice. His essays have that quality of making the ordinary world seem wonderfully strange, don't they? I imagine they provide a nice contrast to the practical concerns of postal work." "Indeed they do," Mrs. Hartwell agreed. "Though speaking of practical concerns, I should mention that I seem to have mislaid my keys somewhere. Most unlike me, I'm afraid. I've retraced my steps twice, but haven't been able to find them. I hope I didn't drop them somewhere important. The post office keys are my responsibility after all." Mr. Wickham and Father Brown exchanged glances, both recognising the significance of this admission. Mrs. Hartwell's keys were as much a part of her professional identity as her precise penmanship and encyclopedic knowledge of postal regulations. For her to misplace them was as out of character as Mrs. Pemberton's abandonment of her library book. "I'm sure they'll turn up," Father Brown said reassuringly. "Keys have a way of hiding in the most obvious places, don't they? Perhaps you left them in a pocket you haven't checked, or on a desk where they've been concealed by other items." Mrs. Hartwell managed a smile, though worry still creased her brow. "I certainly hope so. I've left word with the constable, just in case someone finds them and turns them in. Though honestly, the idea of having to explain lost keys to the postal authorities fills me with dread. They have very strict policies about such things." Father Brown could well imagine the bureaucratic complications that might arise from lost postal keys. The early 20th century had brought with it an increased emphasis on security and accountability, particularly where government services were concerned. The loss of official keys would indeed be a serious matter, requiring reports and explanations and possibly even disciplinary action. "I'm certain it won't come to that," he said gently. "Keys are usually found much closer to home than we expect. Perhaps they're simply waiting in some perfectly ordinary place, where you placed them without thinking. When we're preoccupied with other matters, our hands sometimes act independently of our minds." This observation seemed to offer Mrs. Hartwell some comfort, and she nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Father. You're probably right. I've been rather preoccupied lately with various concerns. Nothing serious, mind you, just the usual worries that come with living alone and managing one's own affairs." The admission hung in the evening air like an unspoken confession, revealing more than perhaps Mrs. Hartwell had intended about the private anxieties that accompanied her public competence. Father Brown recognised in her words the same note of carefully concealed worry that he heard in many of his parishioners' voices, the burden of maintaining appearances while dealing with uncertainties that could not be shared with neighbours, no matter how kind and well-intentioned they might be. As they stood together in the growing darkness, the three of them represented different aspects of village life: the priest who tended to souls, the gardener who nurtured growth, and the postmistress who connected the community to the wider world. Each carried their own small mysteries and concerns, their own carefully maintained routines that provided structure and meaning to days that might otherwise blur together in monotonous succession. The evening breeze stirred the leaves of Mr. Wickham's climbing roses, releasing a fresh wave of fragrance that seemed to embody all the gentle pleasures of rural English life. Somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the half-hour, its bronze voice carrying across the valley to mark the passage of time in the ancient way that had regulated village life for centuries past. "Well," Mrs. Hartwell said finally, adjusting her grip on the small satchel that contained her day's paperwork, "I really must be getting home. These Charles Lamb essays won't read themselves, and I find that evening is the perfect time for contemplative literature. Thank you for the reassuring words about the keys, Father Brown. I'm sure you're right about them turning up in some perfectly obvious place." As she continued on her way, her footsteps echoing softly off the cobblestones, Father Brown found himself thinking about the mysterious connections between the evening's small puzzles, Mrs. Pemberton's abandoned book, Mrs. Hartwell's missing keys, and the subtle undercurrent of worry that seemed to flow beneath the surface of their well-ordered village life. Mr. Wickham seemed to be following a similar train of thought. Funny how unsettling it can be when familiar routines are disrupted, he observed quietly. Mrs. Hartwell without her keys, Mrs. Pemberton without her usual care for library property. Makes one wonder if there's something in the air, some change that we can't quite put our finger on. Father Brown nodded thoughtfully, his eyes following the distant figure of Mrs. Hartwell as she disappeared into the shadows beyond the reach of the gas lamps. Change comes to all communities eventually, he said softly. Sometimes gradually, sometimes all at once. The question is whether we help each other through the transitions or allow ourselves to become isolated by our individual concerns. The priest's words carried the weight of years spent observing human nature in all its complexity. In his experience, the small mysteries that disrupted daily routines often pointed to larger truths about the human condition. The need for connection, the fear of judgment, the difficulty of asking for help when pride and independence were so deeply valued. As the evening deepened around them, and the first stars appeared in the clear sky above Little Wickham, Father Brown felt the familiar stirring of pastoral concern that had guided him through countless encounters with human complexity. Tonight's gentle mysteries were only beginning to reveal themselves, but already he sensed that they would lead him deeper into the hidden currents that flowed beneath the surface of village life. The ancient oak that dominated Little Wickham's village green stood like a gentle giant in the deepening twilight, its massive trunk scarred by centuries of weather and its spreading branches offering shelter to generations of children who had played beneath its protective canopy. Father Brown approached the tree with the reverence he reserved for all things that had witnessed the passage of time, understanding that in a village where change came slowly and traditions endured, such landmarks served as silent chroniclers of countless human stories. The village green itself stretched before him like a carpet of emerald velvet, kept trim by the collective efforts of residents who took pride in maintaining this common space where fairs were held, where cricket matches unfolded on summer afternoons, and where young couples walked arm in arm during the long evenings of courtship. At the green centre, the old stone well stood as it had for 3 centuries, its weathered walls bearing the smooth indentations left by countless ropes and buckets, though the village had long since been blessed with more modern water sources. Father Brown paused beside the well, running his fingers along its worn stone edge while his mind processed the evening's accumulating mysteries. Mrs. Pemberton's abandoned book, Mrs. Hartwell's missing keys, 2 careful women whose routines had been disrupted in ways that seemed to whisper of deeper disturbances beneath the surface of village tranquility. In his years of pastoral service, he had learned that such small disruptions often preceded larger revelations, like tremors that announced the approach of more significant upheavals. The evening air carried with it the complex symphony of a rural community settling into night. From the direction of the high street came the distant sound of the public house's door opening and closing, accompanied by brief bursts of masculine laughter and conversation as working men gathered for their customary pints and discussions of weather, crops, and local gossip. Somewhere closer, a dog barked once and fell silent, while the gentle lowing of cattle drifted across the fields that surrounded Little Wickham like protective green arms. As Father Brown stood in contemplation, the sound of running footsteps broke through the evening's peaceful ambience. Around the corner of Church Lane came young Tommy Fletcher, his 7-year-old legs carrying him with the determined urgency that only children could muster when pursued by some invisible excitement or anxiety. The boy's fair hair caught the light from the nearest gas lamp, creating a halo effect that made him appear almost ethereal in the gathering dusk. Tommy slowed as he spotted the familiar figure of Father Brown beside the ancient well, his chest rising and falling with the effort of his rapid journey across the village. The boy's face wore an expression of worry that seemed too mature for his years, though such gravity was not uncommon among children who had learned to shoulder responsibilities beyond their natural span of experience. "Father Brown?" Tommy called breathlessly, approaching with the mixture of respect and trust that characterized his interactions with the village priest. "Have you seen Mama? She said she was going to the post office to send a letter, but that was ages ago, and she hasn't come home for supper." Father Brown's attention sharpened immediately, his pastoral instincts recognizing the underlying anxiety in the boy's voice. Tommy Fletcher was the son of young Mrs. Fletcher, the widow who lived in the cottage that Father Brown had noticed standing dark and quiet earlier in the evening. The woman had been left to raise her son alone after her husband's death in an industrial accident 2 years previous, and the challenges of single motherhood in rural England were considerable, requiring both practical resourcefulness and emotional resilience that few fully understood. "I haven't seen your mother this evening, Tommy," Father Brown said gently, crouching down to meet the boy at eye level in the way he had learned was essential when speaking with troubled children. "But perhaps she stopped to visit with someone on her way home. You know how neighbours like to chat when they meet unexpectedly." Tommy's worried expression suggested that this explanation, while plausible, did not entirely ease his concerns. "She usually tells me if she's going to be late," he said, his voice carrying the careful precision of a child who had learned to pay attention to the details of adult behaviour. "And she seemed different when she left, like when she's trying not to let me see that she's worried about something." Father Brown felt a familiar stirring of the protective instincts that had guided him through countless encounters with families in distress. Tommy Fletcher's observation revealed both his natural perceptiveness and his unfortunate familiarity with his mother's moods, knowledge that no child should need to possess but that often developed in households where economic uncertainty cast long shadows over daily life. "Different how, Tommy?" the priest asked with the gentle patience that encouraged confidences without pressuring them. The boy considered this question with the seriousness he brought to all matters concerning his mother's well-being. "She kept checking her purse to make sure she had enough coins for the postage," he explained, "and she read the letter 3 times before she sealed it, which she never does usually. She kept biting her lip the way she does when she's adding up the household accounts and trying to make the numbers come out right." Father Brown absorbed these details with growing concern, recognizing in them the signs of financial anxiety that plagued many widowed women in their small community. The early 20th century offered limited opportunities for women to support themselves independently, and those who found themselves unexpectedly responsible for their own survival often faced choices between pride and practicality that could lead to desperate measures. "Did your mother mention who the letter was for?" he inquired carefully, not wishing to appear overly inquisitive, but understanding that such information might provide important clues about Mrs. Fletcher's current state of mind. Tommy shook his head, his fair hair catching the lamplight as he moved. "She just said it was important business, and that I should stay home and tend the fire while she was gone. But Father Brown, what if something's happened to her? What if she got hurt walking home in the dark? Or what if—" The priest placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder, feeling the tension that coiled through the small frame like worry made manifest. "Now then, Tommy, let's not allow our imaginations to run toward dark possibilities. Your mother is a sensible woman who knows these village streets as well as anyone. Most likely she's simply been delayed by some perfectly ordinary circumstance." Even as he offered these comforting words, Father Brown found his mind working through the connections between the evening's various mysteries. Mrs. Fletcher's unusual anxiety, Mrs. Pemberton's abandoned book, Mrs. Hartwell's missing keys. 3 women, all careful and responsible, all experiencing disruptions to their normal patterns of behaviour. The priest's experience had taught him that coincidences were often less coincidental than they appeared, particularly in small communities where individual lives were interconnected in ways both obvious and subtle. "Tell me, Tommy," he said thoughtfully, "when your mother left this evening, did you notice whether she was carrying anything besides her letter? A book, perhaps, or anything else that might have belonged to someone else?" The boy's face scrunched up in concentration as he searched his memory for details that might have seemed unimportant at the time. "She did have something," he said slowly. "A book with a red cover that I'd never seen before. She was very careful with it, like it was precious or fragile. She kept it separate from her letter, and Purse Father Brown felt a thrill of recognition through him. A red-covered book matched the description of the Tennyson volume he had discovered on Mrs. Pemberton's garden gate, though he was careful not to jump to conclusions without further evidence. Still, the possibility that Mrs. Fletcher had been in possession of Mrs. Pemberton's library book added a new dimension to the evening's gentle mystery. "This book," he continued carefully, "did your mother say anything about where it came from, or where she planned to take it?" Tommy's young face brightened with the satisfaction of remembered detail. She said she needed to return something that didn't belong to her, and that it was important to do the right thing, even when it was difficult. Those were her exact words, even when it was difficult. The phrase hung in the evening air between them, laden with implications that Father Brown was only beginning to understand. Mrs. Fletcher's emphasis on doing the right thing despite difficulty suggested moral complexity beyond the simple return of a borrowed book. Combined with her obvious financial anxiety and the careful way she had handled both letter and book, it painted a picture of a woman grappling with circumstances that challenged both her practical resources and her ethical principles. As Father Brown pondered these revelations, the peaceful sounds of evening were interrupted by the approach of measured footsteps on the cobblestones surrounding the village green. Around the corner came Constable Williams, making his customary evening rounds with the steady pace of a man who took his responsibilities seriously, but expected a little excitement in their fulfilment. Little Wickham was not a place where dramatic crimes occurred with any frequency, and the constable's duties typically involved mediating minor disputes, investigating complaints about wandering livestock, and ensuring that the occasional celebration at the public house did not disturb the peace. "Evening, Father," Constable Williams called as he approached, touching the brim of his helmet in respectful greeting. "Young Tommy. Not past your bedtime yet, I see." "Good evening, Constable," Father Brown replied warmly. "Tommy was just telling me that his mother seems to be delayed returning from an errand to the post office. I don't suppose you've seen Mrs. Fletcher this evening." The constable's weathered face creased with the concentration he brought to all matters requiring official attention, however minor they might appear. "Mrs. Fletcher, you say? Funny you should mention her. I did see her earlier. Must have been around 7 o'clock, walking toward the post office with what looked like a letter and a book. She seemed, well, rather preoccupied, if you don't mind my saying so. Hardly acknowledged my greeting, which isn't like her at all." Father Brown and Tommy exchanged glances, both recognizing the significance of this confirmation. Mrs. Fletcher had indeed reached the post office, carrying both her mysterious letter and the red-covered book, but her unusual behaviour suggested that whatever business she had intended to conduct, there was weighing heavily on her mind. "Did you happen to notice whether she actually entered the post office?" Father Brown inquired, "or whether she spoke with Mrs. Hartwell?" Constable Williams removed his helmet and scratched his greying head, a gesture that always accompanied his efforts to recall specific details from his evening rounds. "Now that you mention it, I'm not entirely certain. I was dealing with a complaint from Mrs. Ashford about someone leaving their garden gate open and letting her chickens escape. By the time I'd sorted that out, Mrs. Fletcher had moved on, though I do remember thinking it was rather late for postal business. Mrs. Hartwell usually closes promptly at 6. This information added another layer to the mystery surrounding Mrs. Fletcher's errand. If the post office had already closed when she arrived, what had become of her letter and the book she had been so carefully carrying? Father Brown found himself constructing possible scenarios, each more intriguing than the last. "Constable," he said thoughtfully, "you mentioned that Mrs. Hartwell has reported missing keys. I don't suppose there's been any sign of them during your rounds this evening?" The policeman's face brightened with the satisfaction that came from having concrete information to share. "Ah, now there's an interesting development, Father. I did find a set of keys earlier this evening lying near the church steps. Heavy ring with several brass keys that look official enough to belong to the post office. I was planning to return them to Mrs. Hartwell first thing tomorrow morning." Father Brown felt another piece of the puzzle click into place. The missing keys had been found near the church, not far from where Mrs. Pemberton's book had been abandoned, and directly along the route that Mrs. Fletcher would have taken walking home from the post office area. The geographic proximity of these discoveries seemed too convenient to be mere coincidence. "These keys," he said carefully, "when you found them, was there anything else nearby?" Any other items that might have been dropped or left behind? Constable Williams shook his head slowly. Just the keys, lying there plain as day on the church steps. Though now that I think about it, there were some footprints in the soft earth near the steps. They looked like they might have belonged to a woman, based on the size and shape. But that's hardly unusual, given how many people pass by the church each day. Tommy had been listening to this exchange with the fascination that children display when adult mysteries begin to unfold before them. "Father Brown," he said suddenly, his voice bright with excitement, "do you think Mama found Mrs. Hartwell's keys and was trying to return them? That would be just like her. She's always helping people even when she doesn't have much herself." The boy's suggestion carried the ring of truth that often emerged from childish observations uncomplicated by adult assumptions. Mrs. Fletcher's character was indeed such that she would go out of her way to help a neighbour, even when her own circumstances were strained. If she had somehow come into possession of both Mrs. Pemberton's book and Mrs. Hartwell's keys, her concern about doing the right thing despite difficulty would make perfect sense. Father Brown found himself constructing a narrative that connected the evening's mysteries into a coherent whole. Perhaps Mrs. Fletcher had encountered both items during her daily activities, recognised their importance to their respective owners, and set out on her evening errand with the intention of returning them both. The letter she had been carrying might have been secondary to these acts of neighbourly kindness, explaining her preoccupation and anxiety about completing her mission properly. "That's very astute thinking, Tommy," Father Brown said with genuine admiration for the boy's insight. "Your mother's generous nature is well known throughout the village, and it would indeed be characteristic of her to put others' needs before her own convenience." As they stood together in the gathering darkness, the evening sounds of Little Wickham continued to weave their peaceful tapestry around them. The distant lowing of cattle, the gentle rustle of leaves in the ancient oak, the far-off murmur of conversation from the public house. All these familiar elements combined to create the atmosphere of security and continuity that made village life so comforting to those who had grown up within its embrace. Yet beneath this surface tranquility, Father Brown sensed currents of complexity that spoke to the human drama always present in any community, no matter how peaceful it might appear. The evening's mysteries were revealing themselves as interconnected threads in a larger tapestry of human relationships, economic pressures, and moral choices that reflected the challenges facing rural England in the early years of the 20th century. The stars had grown brighter overhead, creating a canopy of distant lights that seemed to mirror the warm glow emanating from cottage windows throughout the village. Soon, families would be gathering for evening prayers, children would be tucked into bed with stories and lullabies, and the adults would settle into the quiet contemplations that marked the end of another day in their timeless community. But first, there remained the matter of Mrs. Fletcher's whereabouts, and the resolution of the gentle mysteries that had woven themselves through Father Brown's evening walk. The priest felt confident that the truth would emerge as peacefully as it had begun to reveal itself, guided by the same spirit of community care and mutual support that had sustained Little Wickham through generations of joy and sorrow, prosperity and hardship. "Constable Williams," Father Brown said thoughtfully, his voice carrying the gentle authority that came from years of guiding troubled souls, "might I suggest that we take a brief walk together toward the church? If Mrs. Fletcher was indeed attempting to return both the book and the keys, she may have encountered some difficulty that prevented her from completing her mission. Tommy, would you like to accompany us? Sometimes a child's eyes see things that adults overlook." The boy's face brightened immediately, his earlier worry transforming into the excitement that came from being included in important adult business. "Oh yes, Father Brown. Mama always says I notice things that others miss. And I know all her favourite places in the village. She might have stopped somewhere to rest or think." As the unlikely trio made their way across the village green, their footsteps muffled by the thick grass that had been nourished by recent autumn rains, Father Brown found himself appreciating the way moonlight transformed familiar landmarks into something almost magical. The ancient oak cast intricate patterns of shadow and silver light, while the old stone well seemed to glow with its own inner luminescence, as if centuries of wishes and prayers had somehow infused the weathered stones with spiritual radiance. The path from the village green to St. Mary's Church wound gently between cottages, where lamplight flickered behind lace curtains, offering glimpses of domestic tranquility that spoke to the enduring rhythms of rural English life. Here was Mrs. Davies, visible through her kitchen window as she cleared the supper dishes, her movements economical and practiced after decades of maintaining her household. There was the Thornton cottage, where the elderly couple could be seen settling into their favourite chairs by the fireplace, he with his evening pipe and she with her needlework, neither needing conversation to enjoy the other's companionship. These snapshots of village life reminded Father Brown of the complex web of relationships and dependencies that characterise small communities. Everyone knew everyone else's business, yet privacy was maintained through an elaborate dance of discretion and mutual respect. Neighbours helped each other through difficulties without being asked, but always in ways that preserved dignity and avoided the appearance of charity. It was within this delicate social framework that women like Mrs. Fletcher, Mrs. Pemberton, and Mrs. Hartwell navigated their daily existence, balancing independence with community support in ways that required both courage and wisdom. "Father Brown," Tommy said suddenly, his young voice carrying clearly in the still evening air. "When Mama was getting ready to leave tonight, she kept looking at herself in the mirror and smoothing her hair, like she was going somewhere important. But she was only going to the post office, wasn't she? Unless..." He paused, his expression growing thoughtful in the way that children's faces do when they're processing complex adult emotions. "Unless what, Tommy?" Father Brown encouraged gently, recognising that the boy's observations might provide crucial insights into his mother's state of mind. "Unless she was planning to see someone she wanted to look nice for," Tommy concluded with the directness that made children such reliable witnesses. "She only fusses with her appearance when she's going to church or when she has to talk to important people about grown-up things. She says first impressions matter, especially for people like us who can't afford to make mistakes." Constable Williams nodded approvingly at this observation. "Smart lad, that one. And his mother's right about first impressions. They matter more than some people realise, particularly in circumstances where one's reputation and standing in the community might affect practical concerns like employment or credit." Father Brown absorbed this insight with growing understanding. Mrs. Fletcher's careful attention to her appearance suggested that her evening errand involved more than simply dropping off a letter or returning found items. She had been preparing for an encounter that she perceived as significant, possibly even crucial to her circumstances. This level of preparation implied anxiety about outcomes, which would explain the worry that Tommy had observed in her behaviour. As they approached the church grounds, the Gothic spire of St. Mary's rose before them like a stone prayer against the star-filled sky. The ancient building had stood sentinel over Little Wickham for more than 4 centuries, its walls bearing witness to countless baptisms, weddings, funerals, and quiet moments of spiritual seeking. In the moonlight, the weathered stone seemed to glow with accumulated sanctity, while the stained glass windows caught and held fragments of light from within, where the eternal flame burned before the altar in testament to faith that endured through all seasons of human experience. The church steps where Constable Williams had discovered the keys lay in shadow, but as they approached, Father Brown's keen eyes caught sight of something that had escaped earlier notice. There, partially concealed beneath a fallen leaf, lay a small white envelope, its surface slightly dampened by evening dew but still intact enough to reveal careful feminine handwriting on its exterior. "Constable," Father Brown said quietly, pointing toward the discovery, "I believe we may have found Mrs. Fletcher's letter." Tommy rushed forward with the eagerness of youth, but Father Brown gently caught his arm. "Let Constable Williams retrieve it, Tommy. If this is indeed your mother's letter, we want to handle it with proper care and respect for her privacy." The policeman approached the envelope with the methodical attention he brought to all potential evidence, carefully lifting it from its resting place and examining it in the pale light that filtered through the church windows. "It's addressed to the Manager, County Bank, Market Town," he read aloud, his voice carrying a note of surprise. "And the return address is indeed Mrs. Fletcher's cottage." Father Brown felt another piece of the evening's puzzle settle into place. A letter to the bank manager suggested financial business of a serious nature, possibly regarding a loan, mortgage payments, or other monetary concerns that would explain Mrs. Fletcher's anxiety and her emphasis on doing the right thing despite difficulty. Such correspondence would indeed require careful composition and would justify the nervous preparation that Tommy had observed. "The poor woman," Constable Williams murmured, his professional demeanour softening into the compassion that good police work required. "It's never easy having to write letters like that, especially for someone in her circumstances. Widows have precious few options when financial difficulties arise." As they stood in the peaceful churchyard, surrounded by ancient headstones that bore the names of generations who had faced their own struggles and triumphs within this small community, Father Brown found himself reflecting on the particular challenges that confronted women in rural England during these changing times. The early 20th century had brought new opportunities for female independence, but it had also created new vulnerabilities for those without family support or inherited resources. Mrs. Fletcher's situation was not uncommon. A young woman left to raise a child alone after her husband's sudden death, struggling to maintain respectability and self-sufficiency in a society that offered limited options for feminine employment. The careful way she had prepared for her evening errand, the attention to her appearance, the anxious rereading of her letter, all these details painted a picture of someone approaching a crucial moment that might determine her family's future security. "Tommy," Father Brown said gently, kneeling beside the boy in the shadow of the ancient church, "I want you to think carefully about something. Has your mother mentioned anything recently about money troubles? Any conversations about paying bills or making ends meet? Sometimes adults try to shield children from such worries, but observant young people often notice more than their parents realise." The boy's face grew solemn as he considered this question, his natural loyalty to his mother warring with his desire to be helpful in finding her. "She's been staying up late at night, working on her mending and taking in sewing from other people," he said finally, "and she's been very careful about how much coal we use for heating and making sure we don't waste any food. She thinks I don't notice, but I see her counting coins before she goes to the shops, and sometimes she looks worried when she thinks I'm not watching." Father Brown's heart went out to both mother and child, recognising in their story the quiet heroism that characterised so many families struggling to maintain dignity in the face of economic uncertainty. Mrs. Fletcher's efforts to shield her son from the full extent of their difficulties, while working tirelessly to improve their circumstances, demonstrated the kind of courage that rarely received recognition but formed the backbone of community resilience. The discovery of the letter near the church steps, combined with Tommy's observations about his mother's recent behaviour, was beginning to paint a clearer picture of the evening's events. Mrs. Fletcher had set out with multiple purposes: to mail her important letter to the bank, to return Mrs. Pemberton's book and Mrs. Hartwell's keys, and possibly to seek some form of assistance or guidance that would help her navigate her current difficulties. "I believe," Father Brown said thoughtfully, rising from his crouch beside Tommy, "that we may find your mother has sought sanctuary in the church itself. Sometimes when people are facing difficult decisions or awaiting important outcomes, they find comfort in quiet prayer and reflection. Shall we see if she's taken refuge in the peace that St. Mary's has offered to troubled souls for centuries?" The suggestion brought hope to Tommy's worried features, and even Constable Williams nodded approvingly at the priest's understanding of human nature. The church had indeed served as a haven for countless individuals over the centuries, offering both spiritual solace and practical sanctuary to those who needed time and space to gather their courage for whatever challenges lay ahead. The heavy oak door of St. Mary's Church yielded to Father Brown's gentle touch, with the familiar creak that had greeted countless souls seeking sanctuary over the centuries. As the door swung open, the interior of the ancient building revealed itself in the soft golden glow of candlelight that flickered before the altar, casting dancing shadows across stone pillars that had stood firm since the reign of Henry VIII. The air within carried the distinctive perfume of old wood, beeswax, and the lingering traces of incense from morning prayers, creating an atmosphere of peace that seemed to embrace visitors like a mother's comforting arms. There, in the third pew from the front on the left side of the nave, sat a solitary figure whose posture spoke of weariness and contemplation in equal measure. Mrs. Fletcher's silhouette was unmistakable even in the dim light, her carefully arranged hair catching the candlelight, her shoulders bearing the weight of concerns that extended far beyond the simple matter of returning borrowed items or mailing letters. She sat with her hands folded in her lap, her gaze fixed upon the altar cross that gleamed softly in the eternal flame's illumination, lost in the kind of deep reflection that comes to those who find themselves at crossroads where every path forward seems fraught with uncertainty. "Mama!" Tommy's whispered exclamation carried clearly through the church's hallowed silence, his relief and joy evident in the single word that expressed a child's pure happiness at finding his missing parents safe and sound. Mrs. Fletcher turned at the sound of her son's voice, her face lighting with the particular smile that mothers reserve for their children, an expression that combines love, relief, and a touch of guilty recognition at having caused worry. She was a woman in her late 20s, though the responsibilities that had fallen upon her shoulders since her husband's death had added lines of character around her eyes that spoke of strength earned through adversity. Her dark dress was simple but well maintained, showing the careful attention of someone who understood that appearance mattered when one's place in society depended upon respectability rather than inherited status. "Tommy," she said softly, rising from her seat with the graceful movements of someone who had been taught proper deportment in better days. "I'm so sorry to have worried you. I didn't intend to be gone so long, but I found myself in need of quiet thought and prayer." Father Brown approached with the measured steps that his parishioners associated with pastoral care, understanding that Mrs. Fletcher's presence in the church at this hour, combined with the evening's accumulating mysteries, suggested circumstances that required delicate handling. Behind him, Constable Williams remained respectfully near the door, his professional demeanour softened by the sacred setting, and his recognition that this was primarily a matter for spiritual rather than legal intervention. "Mrs. Fletcher," Father Brown said warmly, his voice carrying the gentle authority that had comforted countless troubled souls. "We were concerned when Tommy came looking for you. He mentioned that you had gone to post a letter and return some items to their rightful owners. I hope you don't mind our intrusion, but a child's worry for his mother is something that demands immediate attention." The young widow's composure wavered slightly at this kindly spoken inquiry, and she glanced toward her son with the expression of someone who had hoped to spare him from adult concerns, but realized that children are far more perceptive than parents often credit them with being. "You're very kind to help him search for me, Father Brown. I suppose I lost track of time while I was trying to gather my thoughts about some rather pressing matters." Tommy rushed to his mother's side with the uninhibited affection that children display when relief overwhelms propriety. Mrs. Fletcher gathered him into her arms with the fierce protectiveness that characterizes mothers who have learned that the world can be an uncertain place for those without abundant resources to shield them from life's harder edges. "Mama," Tommy said, his young voice muffled against his mother's shoulder, "Father Brown and Constable Williams found your letter near the church steps, and they thought you were trying to help Mrs. Pemberton and Mrs. Hartwell by returning things that belong to them. Is that why you seemed worried? Because you were trying to do something nice for our neighbours?" Mrs. Fletcher's eyes widened at this revelation, and she looked toward Father Brown with the mixture of embarrassment and gratitude that comes to those who discover that their private struggles have been observed with compassionate understanding rather than judgmental scrutiny. "You found my letter?" "Oh dear, I must have dropped it when I was trying to manage everything at once. I'm afraid I was rather flustered by the time I reached the church." Father Brown settled into the pew behind mother and son, his presence offering support without intrusion, while his keen eyes noted the details that spoke to Mrs. Fletcher's current circumstances. Her gloves showed signs of careful mending, her shoes were polished to hide their worn condition, and her purse bore the scuffs that came from years of economical use. Yet there was nothing shabby about her appearance. Rather, she embodied the dignity that comes to those who refuse to allow hardship to diminish their self-respect. "Perhaps you could tell us what happened this evening," Father Brown suggested gently. "Sometimes sharing our burdens with others helps us see solutions that weren't apparent when we were wrestling with problems in solitude. Tommy has been very worried. Children often imagine scenarios far worse than the reality when they don't understand what's troubling the adults they depend upon." Mrs. Fletcher drew a deep breath, the kind that precedes difficult revelations, and looked down at her hands as if gathering courage from their familiar lines and calluses. "It began this morning," she said quietly, her voice carrying the careful precision of someone who had rehearsed this explanation in her mind. "I was walking to the baker's to see if Mrs. Ashford might have any day-old bread at reduced prices, when I found a set of keys lying in the lane near the post office. I recognised them immediately as belonging to Mrs. Hartwell. I'd seen her lock up the post office countless times with that particular ring." Tommy listened with the fascination that children bring to their parents' stories, while Constable Williams moved closer to hear the details that would complete his understanding of the evening's events. Father Brown maintained his patient attention, recognising that Mrs. Fletcher's account would reveal not just the facts of what had occurred, but the emotional landscape that had shaped her responses to the situation. "I knew Mrs. Hartwell would be frantic about losing her official keys," Mrs. Fletcher continued, her voice growing stronger as she found her rhythm in the telling. "So I decided to take them to her cottage after I'd completed my shopping. But when I arrived at her door, I found her in quite a state. Not just about the keys, but about a book she'd borrowed from the library that had somehow gone missing from her parlour." Father Brown felt the satisfaction that comes when scattered pieces of a puzzle begin to form a coherent picture. "The Tennyson collection," he murmured thoughtfully. "Mrs. Pemberton's favourite volume." Mrs. Fletcher nodded, her expression brightening with the relief that comes from being understood without extensive explanation. "Exactly." Mrs. Hartwell was beside herself with worry, convinced that she'd somehow lost both her keys and Mrs. Pemberton's book, and terrified of the embarrassment that would come from having to confess such carelessness to two of the most respected women in the village. The young widow's account painted a vivid picture of the interconnected anxieties that could plague small communities, where reputation mattered enormously and where the loss of trust could have practical consequences extending far beyond mere embarrassment. Mrs. Hartwell's position as postmistress required absolute reliability, while her social standing depended upon maintaining the respect of neighbours who entrusted her with their correspondence and their confidence. "Mrs. Hartwell was so distressed that I found myself offering to help," Mrs. Fletcher continued, her voice carrying a note of rueful recognition at her own tendency to involve herself in others' problems despite her own limited resources. "I promised to speak with Mrs. Pemberton about the missing book, to explain that it had been an innocent mistake, and to arrange for its replacement if necessary." Tommy looked up at his mother with pride shining in his young eyes. "That was very kind of you, Mama," he said softly, "even though we don't have extra money for buying books." Mrs. Fletcher's hand smoothed her son's hair with the automatic gesture of maternal love, though her expression revealed the cost of her generous impulses. "Sometimes kindness requires sacrifices, Tommy, and Mrs. Hartwell has always been good to us. She often lets me pay for postage in small instalments when money is particularly tight." Father Brown absorbed this detail with a growing understanding of the economic relationships that sustained rural communities. In places like Little Wickham, formal charity was often refused by proud individuals, but informal arrangements allowed neighbours to help each other while preserving dignity on both sides. Mrs. Hartwell's flexibility about postage payments represented a form of community support that operated beneath the surface of official transactions. "So you went to see Mrs. Pemberton," Father Brown prompted gently, encouraging the continuation of a story that was revealing itself as far more complex than a simple case of misplaced items. "Yes," Mrs. Fletcher replied, her voice growing softer as she reached the more difficult part of her tale. "I walked to her cottage with every intention of explaining the situation and offering to make restitution for the lost book. But when I arrived, I found the book itself sitting on her garden gate, abandoned to the weather in a most uncharacteristic fashion." The image of the abandoned Tennyson volume returned to Father Brown's mind with new significance. Mrs. Pemberton's careful habits made such neglect inexplicable, unless viewed as part of a larger pattern of unusual behaviour that had affected several of the village's most reliable residents. "Did you speak with Mrs. Pemberton directly?" he inquired. Mrs. Fletcher shook her head, her expression troubled by the memory of her unsuccessful attempt at direct communication. "I knocked at her door but received no answer, though I could see lights within and was certain she was at home. I waited for nearly 10 minutes, hoping she might appear, but when she didn't, I took the liberty of retrieving the book from her gate. I thought it better to preserve it from the evening dew than to leave it exposed to potential damage. Constable Williams nodded approvingly at this practical decision. "Quite right," he murmured. "Library books are community property in a sense. Anyone would be justified in protecting them from the elements." Mrs. Fletcher's account was painting a picture of good intentions complicated by circumstances, of a woman trying to solve multiple problems simultaneously while managing her own pressing concerns. Father Brown could see how the weight of these various responsibilities might have overwhelmed someone already stretched thin by economic worry and single parenthood. "With Mrs. Pemberton's book in my possession and Mrs. Hartwell's keys in my purse," Mrs. Fletcher continued, "I realised that I had inadvertently become responsible for returning both items to their proper owners. But I also had my own urgent business to attend to, a letter that needed to be posted before tomorrow's collection." Tommy's arm tightened around his mother, as if sensing the approach of the explanation that would reveal the source of her evening's anxiety. Father Brown noted the boy's protective instinct and felt a surge of admiration for the close bond that adversity had forged between mother and son. "The letter," Mrs. Fletcher said with visible difficulty, "was to the manager of the county bank in Market Town. We've fallen behind on payments for the cottage mortgage since my husband died, and despite my best efforts with sewing and laundry work, I haven't been able to catch up. The bank has been patient, but they've made it clear that some arrangement must be reached soon, or we may lose our home." The admission hung in the church's sacred air like a confession whispered in the darkness, carrying with it all the fear and vulnerability that attended such revelations. Father Brown felt his pastoral heart respond to the courage it had taken for Mrs. Fletcher to speak these words aloud, understanding that the acknowledgement of financial failure carried particular shame for someone who had always prided herself on meeting her obligations. Tommy's young face reflected confusion and worry as he processed this information about threats to the security he had taken for granted. "Are we going to have to move away from Little Wickham, Mama?" he asked quietly, his voice carrying the particular sadness that comes to children when they first understand that adults cannot always protect them from life's uncertainties. "I don't know, darling," Mrs. Fletcher replied honestly, her voice steady despite the tears that gathered in her eyes. "I was hoping that my letter might convince the bank manager to extend our payment schedule, or perhaps to accept smaller monthly amounts until I can find additional work. But I needed to present our case as professionally as possible, which is why I spent so much time preparing the letter and why I was so anxious about reaching the post office before it closed." Father Brown understood now why Mrs. Fletcher had seemed so flustered and preoccupied during her evening errands. She had been carrying the weight of her family's future security while simultaneously trying to help her neighbours resolve their own difficulties, a burden that would challenge anyone's composure and organisational abilities. "But by the time I reached the post office with all these concerns weighing on my mind," Mrs. Fletcher continued, "Mrs. Hartwell had already locked up for the evening. I found myself standing outside with her keys in my purse, her colleague's book in my hands, and my own crucial letter unposted. The irony wasn't lost on me. I had the means to enter the post office, but using someone else's keys without permission would have been wrong, regardless of how urgent my own need might be." Constable Williams shifted uncomfortably at this mention of unauthorised entry, though his expression suggested understanding of the ethical dilemma, rather than suspicion of criminal intent. Father Brown admired Mrs. Fletcher's moral clarity, even in circumstances that might have tempted others to rationalise questionable actions. "So I came here to the church," Mrs. Fletcher concluded, "hoping that quiet prayer might help me decide what to do. Should I wait until tomorrow to post my letter, risking the delay that might affect the bank's response? Should I take Mrs. Hartwell's keys to her cottage and explain the situation, possibly adding to her distress? Should I simply leave everything at the post office door and trust that it would be discovered in the morning?" The questions revealed the complexity of decisions that might seem simple to outside observers, but carried significant emotional and practical weight for those directly involved. Father Brown recognised in Mrs. Fletcher's dilemma the kind of moral complexity that characterised real life, where good intentions could be complicated by circumstances, and where the right course of action wasn't always immediately clear. "And while I sat here trying to sort through these problems," she added with a rueful smile, I apparently dropped my letter somewhere along the way, adding yet another complication to an already difficult evening. I'm afraid I've made rather a mess of things, despite my best intentions." Tommy looked up at his mother with the fierce loyalty that children display toward beloved adults who are struggling with circumstances beyond their control. "You didn't make a mess, Mama," he said firmly. "You tried to help people, and that's always the right thing to do. Father Brown says that kindness is never wasted, even when it doesn't solve everything right away." Father Brown smiled at this attribution of wisdom, pleased to see that his teachings had taken root in young minds and were bearing fruit in moments of family crisis. "Tommy's quite right," he said warmly. "Your impulse to help Mrs. Hartwell and Mrs. Pemberton, even while facing your own difficulties, speaks to the kind of character that makes communities strong. But perhaps we can find ways to solve all these problems together rather than expecting you to manage everything alone." As the candles continued their gentle dance before the altar, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the ancient stones of St. Mary's Church, Father Brown found himself formulating a plan that would address the practical needs of all involved, while preserving the dignity and privacy that mattered so much to the good people of Little Wickham. The evening's mysteries were resolving themselves not through dramatic revelation, but through the patient unravelling of human complexity, exactly as he had expected they would in a community where kindness, though sometimes complicated, ultimately prevailed. The gentle silence that followed Mrs. Fletcher's confession settled over the interior of St. Mary's Church like a blessing, broken only by the soft whisper of candle flames dancing in the still air and the distant sound of the evening breeze stirring the ancient yews that guarded the churchyard. Father Brown sat in contemplative quiet, his mind working through the interconnected threads of human need and kindness that had woven themselves into the evening's tapestry of small mysteries. In his years of pastoral service, he had learned to recognize the moments when divine providence seemed to arrange circumstances in ways that offered opportunities for grace to manifest through human action. "Mrs. Fletcher," he said finally, his voice carrying the warmth that had comforted countless troubled souls, "it seems to me that this evening's difficulties may contain the seeds of their own solutions. But first, I wonder if you might allow me to suggest a slight adjustment to your approach. Rather than trying to solve everyone's problems in addition to your own, perhaps we might find ways for the community to work together in addressing these interconnected concerns." The young widow looked at him with a mixture of hope and wariness that characterized those who had learned to be cautious about accepting help, even when it was desperately needed. "I appreciate your kindness, Father Brown, but I've always tried to manage our affairs independently. I wouldn't want anyone to think that Tommy and I were seeking charity, or that we couldn't handle our responsibilities." Father Brown smiled with the understanding that came from years of observing the complex relationship between pride and necessity in rural communities. "My dear Mrs. Fletcher," he said gently, "what I have in mind isn't charity in any conventional sense. Rather, I'm thinking about the way communities have always functioned best, through mutual support that benefits everyone involved, where helping others and accepting help are simply different aspects of the same neighbourly spirit." Tommy looked between his mother and the priest with the bright attention that children bring to conversations that might affect their security and happiness. Constable Williams remained respectfully near the back of the church, understanding that his role had shifted from official investigation to supportive witness of whatever resolution might emerge from this pastoral conversation. "Consider this," Father Brown continued, settling more comfortably into the wooden pew as if preparing for a longer discussion. "You've spent this evening trying to help Mrs. Hartwell and Mrs. Pemberton with their difficulties, despite having urgent concerns of your own. This impulse toward mutual aid is exactly what makes villages like Little Wickham more than mere collections of individual households. It's what transforms them into genuine communities where people's lives are meaningfully interconnected." The priest's words seemed to resonate with something deep in Mrs. Fletcher's understanding, and her posture relaxed slightly as she recognized the truth in his observation. The candlelight played across her features, highlighting the intelligence and resilience that had enabled her to navigate the challenges of widowhood while maintaining both her dignity and her son's security. "But in your eagerness to help others," Father Brown went on, "you've perhaps overlooked the possibility that they might wish to help you in return. Mrs. Hartwell, for instance, has been grateful for your discretion regarding postal payments, but she might welcome an opportunity to express that gratitude more directly. And Mrs. Pemberton, despite her reputation for reserve, has often spoken to me about her admiration for young mothers who manage to raise their children with such evident care and good values. Mrs. Fletcher's eyes widened at this revelation, clearly surprised to learn that her efforts as a single parent had been noticed and appreciated by one of the village's most respected residents. "Mrs. Pemberton has spoken about Tommy and me," she asked softly, her voice carrying a note of wonder that suggested she had felt more isolated in her struggles than she had allowed herself to admit. "Indeed she has," Father Brown confirmed warmly. "She's particularly impressed by Tommy's good manners and his obvious devotion to you. She mentioned just last week that she wished more children showed such consideration for their parents and such awareness of the effort required to maintain a household. She sees in your family an example of the values she holds most dear." Tommy beamed at this praise, his young chest swelling with pride at hearing his behaviour commended by someone of Mrs. Pemberton's standing in the community. Mrs. Fletcher's hand found his shoulder, squeezing gently in acknowledgement of the compliment that reflected on both mother and son. "Now then," Father Brown continued, his tone becoming more practical as he moved from reassurance to problem-solving, "let's consider how we might address this evening's various concerns in ways that honour everyone's dignity, while achieving the practical results we all desire. The first question, it seems to me, is how to ensure that your letter reaches the bank manager as quickly as possible." Mrs. Fletcher nodded eagerly, recognising that this remained her most urgent practical concern. "Yes, the letter needs to be posted with tomorrow morning's collection if possible. Every day's delay might affect how seriously the bank considers my request for modified payment terms." Constable Williams cleared his throat softly from his position near the back of the church. "If I might suggest, Father Brown, the post office does have provisions for emergency postal situations. Mrs. Hartwell has mentioned that in cases of genuine urgency, she's authorised to make special arrangements, particularly for matters involving official business or family crises." Father Brown turned toward the constable with interest. "That's very helpful information, Constable Williams, and given that we have Mrs. Hartwell's keys in our possession, along with a clear understanding of why they need to be returned to her, perhaps we could accomplish several purposes with a single visit to her cottage." The priest's suggestion began to illuminate a path forward that would address multiple concerns simultaneously, while maintaining the proper respect for individual privacy and community protocols. Mrs. Fletcher's expression brightened as she began to see how the evening's complications might be resolved through careful coordination rather than individual struggle. "You're thinking that we could return Mrs. Hartwell's keys and explain about the book situation, while also asking for her help with the emergency posting of my letter?" Mrs. Fletcher asked, her voice reflecting both hope and continuing concern about propriety. "Precisely," Father Brown replied, "and I believe that Mrs. Hartwell would be grateful for the opportunity to help you, particularly given that you've gone to such trouble to assist her with her own concerns. Sometimes the greatest kindness we can offer our neighbours is the chance to be kind in return." Tommy's young face reflected the excitement that children feel when adult problems begin to show signs of resolution. "And we could take Mrs. Pemberton's book back to her too, couldn't we?" he added eagerly. "Then everyone would have their things back and Mama could post her important letter." Father Brown smiled at the boy's enthusiasm for tidy solutions, recognising in it the natural optimism that made childhood such a precious time. "Indeed we could, Tommy. Though I suspect that Mrs. Pemberton's situation might be a bit more complex than simply returning a misplaced book. Her behaviour this evening suggests that something else might be troubling her, something that caused her to abandon her usual careful habits." The observation hung in the church's peaceful atmosphere, as Father Brown considered what he knew about Mrs. Pemberton's character and circumstances. The elderly woman's precision in all matters had made her abandonment of the library book so startling. But perhaps that very precision had become a burden rather than a blessing, particularly for someone living alone with limited family connections. "Father Brown," Mrs. Fletcher said thoughtfully, "when I knocked at Mrs. Pemberton's door earlier this evening, I had the distinct impression that she was avoiding visitors. The lights were on, and I could hiss movement inside, but she didn't respond to my knock even though I waited quite a while and knocked several times. This detail added another layer to Father Brown's understanding of the evening's events. Mrs. Pemberton's reluctance to answer her door, combined with her uncharacteristic carelessness with the library book, suggested emotional or practical difficulties that she was trying to manage in private. Such withdrawal was not uncommon among elderly residents who feared that any admission of struggle might lead to unwanted scrutiny or pressure to accept help that they viewed as compromising their independence. It's possible, Father Brown mused aloud, that Mrs. Pemberton is dealing with challenges that she hasn't felt able to share with anyone. Living alone can be difficult, particularly for someone who has always prided herself on self-sufficiency. Sometimes the very qualities that make people admirable, independence, discretion, careful attention to duty, can become obstacles to accepting the support that everyone occasionally needs. Mrs. Fletcher nodded, with understanding that came from her own experience of trying to manage difficult circumstances without appearing to need assistance. "I know that feeling well," she said softly. "The fear that asking for help might be seen as failure, or that people might think less of you if they knew how much you were struggling." The parallel between Mrs. Fletcher's and Mrs. Pemberton's situations was not lost on Father Brown, who recognised in both women the particular challenges faced by those who had built their identities around competence and reliability. When such individuals encountered difficulties that exceeded their individual resources, they often found it harder than others to reach out for community support that could make the difference between temporary hardship and genuine crisis. "Perhaps," he suggested gently, "our visit to return the book might provide an opportunity to ensure that Mrs. Pemberton is well and to let her know that she has friends who care about her welfare. Sometimes the greatest gift we can offer someone is simply the assurance that they're not alone with their burdens." The church bells chose that moment to chime 9 o'clock, their bronze voices carrying across the village to mark another hour's passage in the ancient rhythm that had regulated Little Wycombe's communal life for centuries. The sound seemed to emphasise both the lateness of the hour and the timeless nature of the human concerns they were discussing. "We should probably begin our visit soon," Father Brown observed. "If we hope to resolve these matters before the evening grows much later, Mrs. Hartwell will be expecting to settle in for the night, and Mrs. Pemberton likely keeps early hours as well. Shall we make our way to Mrs. Hartwell's cottage first, since returning her keys will enable her to help with your letter situation?" Mrs. Fletcher rose from the pew with the graceful movement of someone who had reached a decision after careful consideration. "Yes, I think that would be best. And Father Brown, I want to thank you for helping me see that accepting help from neighbours isn't a sign of weakness. I've been so focused on proving that Tommy and I could manage alone that I hadn't considered how my refusal to accept assistance might actually deprive others of the satisfaction that comes from helping. Tommy stood as well, his small hand finding his mother's with the automatic gesture that spoke of their close bond. "Are we really going to keep our house, Mama?" he asked, with the directness that characterised childhood's approach to adult concerns. Mrs. Fletcher looked down at her son with love tempered by honesty. "I don't know yet, darling," she said truthfully, "but I feel more hopeful than I did an hour ago. Sometimes having friends to help us think through problems makes solutions appear that weren't visible when we were trying to solve everything by ourselves." Father Brown gathered his coat around him as they prepared to leave the church's sanctuary, feeling the familiar satisfaction that came when pastoral care resulted in practical progress toward resolution of human difficulties. "Indeed," he said warmly, "and I have a feeling that this evening's seemingly random collection of small problems may prove to have been anything but random. Sometimes what appears to be coincidence is actually Providence arranging circumstances in ways that allow communities to discover their own capacity for mutual support." Constable Williams approached from the back of the church, his official demeanour softened by the pastoral nature of the evening's developments. "If I might accompany you to Mrs. Hartwell's cottage," he said respectfully, "I can provide official context for the return of the postal keys, which might make the situation easier for everyone involved." Father Brown nodded approvingly at this suggestion. "Excellent thinking, Constable. Your presence will indeed help establish the proper official framework for what we're doing, while also demonstrating that the community's institutions work together when residents need assistance." As they made their way toward the church door, Tommy paused to look back at the altar, where the eternal flame continued its quiet vigil. "Father Brown," he said thoughtfully, "do you think God arranged for Mama to find those keys and that book so that we could all help each other tonight?" The priest smiled at the boy's theological insight, recognizing in it the kind of simple faith that often perceived truths that escaped more complicated adult reasoning. "I think, Tommy, that God works through the kindness that people show to each other, and that when we pay attention to our neighbours' needs, we often discover that helping them helps us as well. Tonight certainly seems to be a good example of that principle in action." The heavy church door opened to reveal the village bathed in moonlight, its familiar cottages and lanes transformed by silver illumination into something that seemed touched by magic. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the sense of wood smoke and autumn flowers that spoke of homes where families were settling in for peaceful evenings by warm firesides. Mrs. Hartwell's cottage lay just 3 streets away, a journey that would take them through the heart of Little Wycombe's residential area, where lamplight glowed behind curtained windows and the sounds of domestic tranquility created a symphony of community life. As they began their walk, Father Brown found himself reflecting on the way that individual struggles, when viewed with compassion and creativity, often revealed opportunities for the kind of mutual support that strengthened entire communities. The evening's mysteries were indeed weaving themselves toward resolution, but more importantly they were demonstrating the enduring truth that human beings are not meant to face their challenges in isolation. In the interconnected web of village life, where everyone's actions affected others, and where kindness had a way of multiplying itself through countless small gestures of care, tonight's difficulties were becoming tomorrow's reasons for gratitude. Mrs. Fletcher walked beside him with lighter steps than she'd carried earlier in the evening, while Tommy's hand remained secure in hers, a symbol of the family bond that had been tested by hardship, but strengthened by love and community support. Behind them, Constable Williams provided the official presence that would lend proper authority to their mission, while ahead lay the warm glow of Mrs. Hartwell's cottage, where understanding and practical assistance waited to transform anxiety into hope. The gentle mysteries of Father Brown's evening walk were approaching their resolution, but their deeper significance was just beginning to unfold in ways that would strengthen the bonds of community care that made Little Wycombe more than just a collection of houses scattered across the English countryside. The moonlit path to Mrs. Hartwell's cottage wound through the quieter residential lanes of Little Wycombe, where the evening's domestic symphony played softly behind lace-curtained windows, the gentle clink of china being cleared from supper tables, the distant murmur of bedtime stories being read to sleepy children, and the comfortable creaking of houses settling into night's embrace. Father Brown led their small procession with the unhurried pace of someone who understood that the most important conversations often required careful preparation, both in terms of timing and of spirit. Mrs. Fletcher walked beside him, her earlier anxiety gradually giving way to something that resembled cautious hope. The weight of trying to solve everyone's problems alone had begun to lift from her shoulders, replaced by the lighter burden of allowing others to share in both the difficulties and the solutions. Tommy's small hand remained secure in hers, his presence serving as both anchor and inspiration for the courage required to accept help gracefully. Behind them, Constable Williams maintained the measured pace that his profession had taught him was most conducive to peaceful resolution of community concerns. His presence lent official weight to their mission, while his manner suggested understanding rather than enforcement, a combination that often proved essential when dealing with matters that touched on both practical necessity and personal dignity. "I confess," Mrs. Fletcher said quietly as they approached the turn onto Mill Street, "that I'm nervous about explaining everything to Mrs. Hartwell. She's always been so professional in our interactions at the post office that I'm not sure how she'll respond to learning about my financial difficulties. What if she feels that my payment arrangements have been inappropriate, or that she's been put in an uncomfortable position?" Father Brown paused beneath a gas lamp whose golden glow created a circle of warmth against the cool evening air. "My dear Mrs. Fletcher," he said gently, "I think you may find that Mrs. Hartwell has a deeper understanding of financial struggle than you might expect. Running the post office has given her intimate knowledge of how hard many families work to make ends meet, and her willingness to accept instalment payments suggests compassion born of experience rather than mere professional courtesy. The priest's observation carried the weight of years spent observing human nature in all its complexity. Mrs. Hartwell's position as postmistress had indeed provided her with unique insights into the economic realities faced by Little Wycombe's residents. She had seen the careful way mothers counted coins before purchasing stamps, noticed when certain families reduced their correspondence during difficult months, and observed the quiet dignity with which people managed their financial obligations despite limited resources. Tommy looked up at his mother with the earnest expression that children wear when offering comfort to beloved adults. "Mrs. Hartwell has always been kind to us, Mamma," he said softly. "Remember when I accidentally dropped my penny for the sweet shop and she helped me look for it under the counter? She said that every penny matters when you work hard for it." Mrs. Fletcher smiled down at her son, recognizing in his memory a moment that had stayed with him precisely because it demonstrated adult understanding of childhood concerns. "You're right, darling. Mrs. Hartwell has always treated us with respect, regardless of our circumstances. I suppose I'm more worried about seeming to take advantage of her kindness than I am about her reaction to our situation." Father Brown nodded approvingly at this distinction, understanding that Mrs. Fletcher's concern arose from ethical sensitivity rather than mere embarrassment. "That very worry," he observed, "is evidence of the character that makes you worthy of assistance." People who take advantage of kindness rarely spend time worrying about whether they're doing so. As they turned onto Mill Street, Mrs. Hartwell's cottage came into view. A neat stone-built structure with a slate roof that gleamed silver in the moonlight, and windows that glowed warmly from within. The small garden that fronted the cottage showed the same meticulous care that characterized Mrs. Hartwell's professional work, with late-blooming chrysanthemums arranged in precise rows, and the pathway swept clean of fallen leaves. Light spilled from the cottage's front window, revealing a glimpse of Mrs. Hartwell herself, seated in her favourite chair with a book in her lap and a cup of tea on the table beside her. The scene embodied the kind of peaceful domestic contentment that represented one of rural England's most enduring ideals, a place of safety and comfort where a day's work could be followed by quiet contemplation and simple pleasures. Father Brown approached the cottage door with the respectful manner he always employed when calling upon parishioners in their private homes, understanding that the threshold between public and personal space deserved particular recognition, especially during evening hours when people naturally turned their thoughts inward. His gentle knock was answered almost immediately, as if Mrs. Hartwell had been expecting visitors or had heard their approaching footsteps on the quiet street. The door opened to reveal the postmistress still dressed in the neat grey dress she wore for work, though she had exchanged her official demeanour for the softer expression she reserved for evening leisure. "Father Brown," she said with surprise that quickly warmed into welcome, "and Mrs. Fletcher, Tommy, Constable Williams. What an unexpected pleasure, though I confess the hour makes me wonder if there's some emergency requiring attention." Father Brown smiled reassuringly, immediately recognising Mrs. Hartwell's professional instinct to assume that evening visitors might bring postal emergencies or official business. "Nothing quite so dramatic as an emergency," he said gently, "though we do have some items that belong to you and a request for assistance that I hope you'll find it possible to grant." Mrs. Hartwell's expression brightened with curiosity and relief as she stepped aside to usher them into her cottage's cosy interior. The parlour was exactly what visitors might expect from someone of her precise habits. Furniture arranged for both comfort and efficiency, books shelved in perfect order, and personal touches that revealed interests extending far beyond postal regulations. A fire crackled cheerfully in the grate, casting dancing shadows that made the room feel wonderfully welcoming despite its orderly arrangement. "Please, sit down," Mrs. Hartwell said warmly, gesturing toward chairs arranged near the fireplace. "I was just enjoying a quiet evening with Charles Lamb's essays. Quite delightful, as I mentioned earlier, but I'm always happy to set aside reading for the pleasure of unexpected company." Mrs. Fletcher settled into the offered chair with Tommy beside her, while Father Brown chose a seat that would allow him to observe all participants in the coming conversation. Constable Williams remained standing, his official posture softened by the domestic setting, but maintained as a reminder of his professional role in the evening's proceedings. "Mrs. Hartwell," Father Brown began, his voice carrying the gentle authority that had guided countless difficult conversations toward peaceful resolution, "we've come to return something that belongs to you, and to tell you a story that demonstrates both the interconnected nature of our village community and the remarkable kindness that can emerge when neighbours pay attention to each other's needs." Mrs. Hartwell settled into her own chair with the attentive posture of someone prepared to listen carefully, though her eyes showed the particular wariness that came to those who had spent their day worrying about lost responsibilities and potential professional consequences. Constable Williams stepped forward with official dignity, removing the recovered keys from his pocket and extending them toward their rightful owner. "Mrs. Hartwell, I'm pleased to return these keys, which were found earlier this evening near the church steps. I believe Mrs. Fletcher can explain how they came to be there." Mrs. Hartwell's face flooded with relief as she took the familiar keyring into her hands, her fingers automatically checking each key with the practiced touch of someone who knew every detail of her professional tools. "Oh, thank heavens," she breathed, her composure momentarily overwhelmed by the magnitude of her relief. "I've been beside myself with worry about these keys and about explaining their loss to the postal authorities." Mrs. Fletcher leaned forward in her chair, her voice gentle but clear as she began the explanation that would reveal the evening's interconnected mysteries. "Mrs. Hartwell, I found your keys this morning in the lane near the post office. I recognised them immediately and came to your cottage to return them, which is when you told me about the missing library book." The postmistress nodded, remembering the earlier conversation that had added to her day's accumulating anxieties. "Yes, poor Mrs. Pemberton's Tennyson collection. I was so embarrassed about losing it, especially after being so careful about library property for years." "But you didn't lose it," Mrs. Fletcher continued, reaching into her coat to produce the burgundy-bound volume that had started the evening's chain of mysteries. "I found it abandoned on Mrs. Pemberton's garden gate when I went to explain about your distress and offer to replace it. It seems that Mrs. Pemberton herself had left it there, though for reasons we don't yet understand." Mrs. Hartwell stared at the recovered book with the wonder of someone witnessing an unexpected miracle. "You found it on her gate? But that doesn't make sense. Mrs. Pemberton is more careful with books than anyone I know. She treats them like sacred objects." Father Brown nodded thoughtfully, recognising in Mrs. Hartwell's bewilderment the same confusion he had felt upon first discovering the abandoned volume. "Indeed, which suggests that something unusual must be troubling Mrs. Pemberton. But first, let us complete the story of how these items came to be reunited, and address the urgent matter that brought Mrs. Fletcher to seek your professional assistance." Mrs. Fletcher's composure wavered slightly as she approached the more personal aspect of her request, but Tommy's encouraging presence beside her provided the strength needed to continue. "Mrs. Hartwell, I have a letter that needs to be posted with the earliest possible collection. It's regarding some financial difficulties my family is facing, and time is quite critical. When I came to the post office this evening, you had already closed, and though I had your keys in my possession, I couldn't bring myself to enter without permission." Mrs. Hartwell's professional instincts immediately engaged with this request, though her expression showed admiration for Mrs. Fletcher's ethical restraint. "You were quite right not to use the keys without authorization," she said approvingly, "though I must say, your moral scruples in such circumstances speak very well of your character. Of course, I can arrange for emergency posting. Such provisions exist precisely for situations where timing might affect important outcomes." The relief that flooded Mrs. Fletcher's features was visible to everyone in the warm parlour, and Tommy's small hand found hers in celebration of this crucial step toward resolving their housing crisis. Father Brown felt the satisfaction that came when pastoral care resulted in practical progress, while Constable Williams nodded approvingly at this demonstration of official flexibility in service of community need. "There is, however, one condition I must attach to this assistance," Mrs. Hartwell continued, her tone becoming more serious though no less kind. "Mrs. Fletcher, your delicacy about payment arrangements has been noted and appreciated, but I think it's time we address the matter more directly. The Postal Service has provisions for accommodating financial hardship, and your situation clearly qualifies for official consideration." Mrs. Fletcher's eyes widened at this unexpected revelation, clearly unaware that her careful efforts to manage payment difficulties had been observed and understood rather than merely tolerated. "I had no idea that such provisions existed," she said softly. "I've been so worried about maintaining our arrangement without seeming to take advantage of your kindness." Mrs. Hartwell smiled with a warmth that emerged when professional duty aligned with personal compassion. "My dear Mrs. Fletcher, your concern about taking advantage is precisely why you're the sort of person who should receive whatever assistance is available. The Postal Service recognises that hard-working families sometimes face temporary difficulties, and we have ways of helping that preserve dignity while ensuring that essential communication services remain accessible." Tommy's face brightened with the particular joy that children feel when adult problems show signs of resolution. "Does this mean we won't have to worry about posting letters anymore, Mama?" he asked hopefully. Mrs. Hartwell reached over to pat the boy's hand with gentle affection. "It means, young Tommy, that your mother's honesty and responsibility have earned her the kind of support that the Postal Service is proud to provide to valued community members." Father Brown observed this exchange with deep satisfaction, recognising in it the kind of practical grace that emerged when institutional resources were applied with human understanding. Mrs. Hartwell's professional position had provided her with both the authority and the knowledge necessary to transform Mrs. Fletcher's burden into manageable assistance, while Mrs. Fletcher's character had made her worthy of such consideration. "Now then," Mrs. Hartwell continued, rising from her chair with renewed energy, "let's address that urgent letter immediately. The evening collection won't run until tomorrow, but I can ensure that your correspondence receives priority handling and expedited delivery. Sometimes the appearance of swift action can be as important as the action itself in maintaining good relationships with financial institutions." As Mrs. Hartwell busied herself with the practical arrangements that would ensure Mrs. Fletcher's letter reached its destination with appropriate urgency, Father Brown found himself reflecting on the way that evening's seemingly random collection of small problems had revealed the deeper structures of mutual support that sustained rural communities. Mrs. Hartwell's willingness to extend official assistance, Mrs. Fletcher's ethical restraint despite personal need, and the natural way that neighbours had worked together to solve interconnected difficulties. All of these elements demonstrated the enduring strength of village life in early 20th century England. The fire continued to crackle cheerfully in the grate, casting warm light over a scene that embodied the best aspects of community care. Practical assistance offered without condescension, help accepted with gratitude but without shame, and the kind of mutual respect that made such exchanges strengthening rather than diminishing for all involved. "Before we complete these arrangements," Father Brown said thoughtfully, "perhaps we should discuss our planned visit to Mrs. Pemberton. Her behaviour this evening suggests that she may be facing difficulties of her own, and the mystery of the abandoned book remains to be solved." Mrs. Hartwell paused in her preparations, her expression growing concerned as she considered their elderly neighbour's uncharacteristic actions. "You're quite right to be worried about Mrs. Pemberton," she said slowly. "Now that I think about it, she seemed rather distracted when she returned her previous library books last week. Not her usual methodical self at all." The observation added another layer to Father Brown's understanding of the evening's interconnected mysteries, suggesting that Mrs. Pemberton's abandonment of the Tennyson volume might be part of a larger pattern of distress, rather than an isolated incident of forgetfulness. The walk from Mrs. Hartwell's cottage to Mrs. Pemberton's residence carried Father Brown and his companions through the heart of Little Wycombe's most established neighbourhood, where generations of families had tended gardens that now bore the accumulated beauty of decades of careful cultivation. The moonlight transformed familiar daytime scenes into something almost ethereal. Climbing roses cast intricate shadows against whitewashed walls, while the scent of night-blooming jasmine mingled with the earthier aromas of autumn herbs and the distant wood smoke that spoke of fireplaces crackling in preparation for winter's approach. Mrs. Fletcher walked with notably lighter steps than she had carried earlier in the evening, the resolution of her postal difficulties having lifted a weight that had pressed upon her shoulders for weeks. Tommy's hand remained secure in hers, but his grip had relaxed from the anxious clasp of a child, worried about his family's security to the comfortable connection of a boy enjoying an evening adventure with trusted adults. Behind them, Constable Williams maintained his measured pace, though his official demeanour had softened into something more closely resembling pastoral concern than law enforcement vigilance. "Father Brown," Mrs. Fletcher said quietly as they approached the lane where Mrs. Pemberton's cottage nestled among its prize-winning gardens, "I find myself wondering what we might discover about Mrs. Pemberton's situation. Her abandonment of the library book seems so unlike her usual character, and if Mrs. Hartwell noticed distraction during previous visits, perhaps there's something troubling her that she's been trying to manage alone." The priest nodded thoughtfully, his mind processing the various clues that had emerged during the evening's gentle investigation. "Indeed, Mrs. Fletcher. In my experience, when people whose lives are built around careful routines suddenly abandon those patterns, it's usually because they're grappling with circumstances that challenge their usual methods of maintaining control. Mrs. Pemberton has always taken great pride in her independence and competence, qualities that can become burdens when they prevent us from seeking help during difficult times." Tommy looked up with the bright curiosity that characterized his approach to adult mysteries. "Maybe Mrs. Pemberton is lonely," he suggested, with the directness that often allowed children to perceive emotional truths that escaped more complicated adult reasoning. "Mama says that sometimes when people live by themselves for a long time, they forget how nice it is to have friends help with problems." Mrs. Fletcher squeezed her son's hand approvingly. "That's very perceptive, Tommy. I know that feeling myself. Sometimes it's easier to worry about problems alone than to risk bothering other people with our difficulties." Father Brown smiled at this exchange, recognizing in Tommy's observation and his mother's response the kind of mutual understanding that had grown between them through their shared experience of navigating life's challenges together. "Young Tommy may have identified something quite important," he said warmly. "Loneliness can indeed make even small problems seem overwhelming, particularly for someone who has spent years cultivating the appearance of complete self-sufficiency." As they turned onto Church Lane, Mrs. Pemberton's cottage came into view, its familiar silhouette somehow different in the moonlight that silvered the slate roof and cast deep shadows beneath the eaves, where ivy had been allowed to climb in carefully controlled abundance. The garden that had won prizes at the annual village show spread before them in neat rows of late-season flowers, chrysanthemums in bronze and gold, the last roses clinging to their climbing frames, and herbs whose fragrance seemed intensified by the cooling evening air. Light glowed warmly behind the cottage's lace-curtained windows, but the quality of that illumination seemed different from what Father Brown had observed earlier in the evening, where before the lights had suggested normal domestic activity, now they seemed to flicker with an irregularity that suggested restless movement rather than settled evening contentment. "She's still awake," Constable Williams observed quietly, following the direction of Father Brown's gaze toward the cottage windows, though the movement pattern suggests someone who's perhaps having difficulty settling in for the night. Father Brown approached Mrs. Pemberton's garden gate with the careful attention he always brought to pastoral visits where the nature of the difficulty remained unclear. The gate itself stood slightly ajar, another small departure from Mrs. Pemberton's usual meticulous habits, since she was known to secure all entrances to her property with the same precision she brought to every other aspect of her domestic arrangements. The burgundy-bound Tennyson volume felt solid and familiar in Father Brown's hands as he lifted the gate's latch and led their small procession up the flagstone path toward the cottage door. The path showed signs of recent but unusual activity. Footprints in the soft earth beside the stones suggested multiple trips back and forth, as if someone had been pacing or making repeated journeys between house and garden. "Mrs. Pemberton," Father Brown called softly as he approached the front door, his voice carrying the gentle authority that had announced pastoral visits for years. "It's Father Brown, with some friends who have something that belongs to you." The response came not as words, but as the sound of hurried footsteps within the cottage, followed by a brief pause that suggested someone gathering courage or composure before facing visitors. When the door finally opened, Mrs. Pemberton appeared looking rather different from her usual immaculate self. Her silver hair showed signs of being repeatedly pushed back by nervous hands. Her normally precise clothing bore small wrinkles that spoke of an evening spent in anxious activity, and her eyes held the particular brightness that comes to those who have been fighting back tears. "Father Brown," she said, with obvious effort to maintain her customary dignity, though her voice carried undertones of relief at seeing familiar faces. "Mrs. Fletcher, young Tommy, Constable Williams. I wasn't expecting visitors at this hour, though I confess that solitude hasn't been particularly comforting this evening." Father Brown held up the recovered book with the gentle smile that had reassured countless troubled souls over the years. "We've come to return your Tennyson collection, Mrs. Pemberton, and to make sure that you're well. The book was found abandoned on your garden gate, which seemed so unlike your usual careful habits that we were concerned something might be troubling you." Mrs. Pemberton's composure cracked slightly at this kindly spoken inquiry, and she stepped aside to invite them into her cottage with the automatic courtesy that years of proper upbringing had made instinctive, even in moments of personal distress. "Please, come in," she said softly. "I suppose I owe you an explanation for my odd behaviour, though I'm rather embarrassed to admit how foolish I've been." The interior of Mrs. Pemberton's cottage reflected the same meticulous attention to detail that characterised her garden and her public demeanour. Every piece of furniture occupied its designated place, books were arranged with military precision on their shelves, and personal mementos were displayed with the kind of careful arrangement that spoke of someone who found comfort in order and predictability. Yet tonight small signs of disturbance were visible to observant eyes. A teacup sitting forgotten on the mantelpiece, papers scattered on the usually immaculate writing desk, and cushions that bore the impression of someone who had spent considerable time sitting in restless contemplation. Mrs. Pemberton gestured toward chairs arranged near the fireplace, where a small fire crackled with less than her usual efficiency, as if she had been too preoccupied to tend it properly. "Please sit down," she said, her voice strengthening as she fell back into the familiar role of hostess. "I was just trying to decide whether to have another cup of tea or simply give up on the evening entirely and retire early." Tommy settled into his chair with the quiet, good manners his mother had taught him, while Mrs. Fletcher chose a seat that would allow her to offer emotional support if needed. Father Brown positioned himself where he could observe Mrs. Pemberton's expressions while providing the kind of pastoral presence that encouraged confidences without pressuring them. Constable Williams remained standing near the door, understanding that his official presence might be reassuring without being intrusive. "Mrs. Pemberton," Father Brown began gently, settling the Tennyson volume on the small table beside his chair. "We've had quite an evening of interconnected mysteries, lost keys, misplaced books, and urgent letters that needed posting. But throughout it all, your abandonment of this book on your garden gate remained the most puzzling element, simply because it seemed so contrary to your usual careful character." Mrs. Pemberton's hands folded and unfolded in her lap as she gathered the courage to explain behaviour that clearly embarrassed her. "I'm afraid my careful character failed me rather spectacularly today," she said, with a rueful laugh that held more pain than humour. "I left that book on the gate because I was trying to work up the nerve to walk to the library and confess something rather shameful." Father Brown leaned forward slightly, his expression conveying interest without judgment, while Mrs. Fletcher's face showed the compassionate understanding that comes to those who have struggled with their own difficult confessions. Tommy watched with the bright attention that children bring to adult revelations, sensing the importance of whatever was about to be shared. "You see," Mrs. Pemberton continued, her voice growing stronger as she committed to honesty, "I discovered this afternoon that I've been making a terrible mistake with my household accounts. For months, I've been convinced that I was managing my finances perfectly well, maintaining my independence and meeting all my obligations with the precision I've always prided myself on. But today, when I sat down to reconcile my bank statements with my household records, I realised that I've been making calculation errors that have left me considerably short of funds." The admission hung in the cottage's warm air like a confession whispered in sacred space, carrying with it all the fear and humiliation that such revelations brought to those whose identities were built around competence and self-sufficiency. Father Brown felt his pastoral heart respond to the courage it had taken for Mrs. Pemberton to speak these words aloud, understanding that the acknowledgement of such failure carried particular weight for someone of her generation and social position. "I've been paying bills twice in some cases, forgetting to record deposits in others, and generally making the kind of arithmetic mistakes that I would have scolded my students for when I was still teaching," Mrs. Pemberton went on, her voice carrying the bewildered tone of someone discovering that familiar abilities could no longer be trusted. "The result is that I find myself unable to pay the fine for my overdue library books, and too embarrassed to explain the situation to the librarian." Tommy's young face reflected confusion at this revelation. "But Mrs. Pemberton," he said with the innocent directness that often cuts through adult complications, "library fines aren't very much money, are they? And couldn't you just explain what happened?" Mrs. Pemberton smiled at the boy's reasonable question, though her expression suggested that the issue carried implications beyond simple arithmetic. "You're quite right that the fine itself isn't substantial, Tommy. But you see, I've been returning books late for several weeks now, and the accumulated charges, combined with my general financial confusion, have created a situation where I simply don't trust my own judgment about money anymore." Father Brown nodded with understanding that went beyond the immediate problem to encompass the deeper fears that such difficulties represented. "And the book on the gate," he prompted gently. "I was trying to work up the courage to walk to the library and explain everything," Mrs. Pemberton explained, her hands gesturing helplessly toward the abandoned volume. "But every time I started to leave, I lost my nerve. The book sat on the gate because I kept getting as far as opening it and then retreating back into the house. Finally, I simply left it there and came inside to try to think of some other solution." Mrs. Fletcher leaned forward in her chair, her expression showing recognition of emotion she had experienced herself. "Mrs. Pemberton," she said softly, "I think I understand exactly how you felt. Sometimes when we're used to managing everything perfectly, even small problems can seem overwhelming because they challenge our sense of competence." The elderly woman's eyes brightened with gratitude at this understanding response. "Yes, exactly. And the worst part is that I know I'm being foolish. A few late library books shouldn't feel like such a catastrophe. But when you discover that your mind isn't as reliable as it used to be, every mistake becomes evidence of larger failures." Father Brown recognized in Mrs. Pemberton's confession the particular anxieties that could accompany aging, especially for those who lived alone and had built their identities around intellectual precision and domestic competence. The fear that one's mental faculties might be declining could transform minor errors into major crises, particularly for someone whose social standing depended upon maintaining an appearance of complete capability. "Mrs. Pemberton," he said with the gentle authority that had guided countless pastoral conversations, "may I suggest that what you've discovered isn't evidence of failing abilities, but rather the perfectly natural result of trying to manage all aspects of a household without assistance or review. Even the most capable people benefit from having someone else check their work occasionally." Constable Williams cleared his throat softly from his position near the door. "If I might add something, Mrs. Pemberton, your situation isn't as uncommon as you might think. In my official capacity, I've observed that many residents who live alone sometimes benefit from having trusted neighbours help with tasks like account reconciliation or bill paying. It's not a sign of incapacity. It's simply practical wisdom." Mrs. Pemberton looked around at the caring faces surrounding her, her expression slowly transforming from embarrassed distress to something approaching relief. "You're all being very kind," she said quietly, "but I'm still faced with the practical problem of straightening out my finances and dealing with those library fines." Mrs. Fletcher exchanged glances with Father Brown before speaking. "Mrs. Pemberton," she said carefully, "earlier this evening I was struggling with financial difficulties of my own, and these good people helped me see that accepting assistance from neighbours isn't a sign of failure. It's simply the way communities work best. Perhaps we could help you sort through your account records and identify exactly what needs to be addressed." Tommy nodded eagerly at his mother's suggestion. "And I could help organise your papers," he added with the enthusiasm that children bring to tasks that adults find daunting. "Mama taught me how to sort things by date and type, and I'm very good at making neat piles." Mrs. Pemberton's face lit up with the first genuine smile Father Brown had seen from her all evening. "You know," she said thoughtfully, "I think I would appreciate that kind of help very much. And perhaps you could assist me in speaking with the librarian about the overdue fines. I know Mrs. Henderson is reasonable about such things, but I've been so embarrassed that I haven't been able to bring myself to have the conversation. Father Brown felt the deep satisfaction that came when pastoral care resulted in practical solutions that strengthened community bonds rather than merely solving individual problems. "I think Mrs. Henderson would be delighted to work out reasonable arrangements," he said warmly, "and I suspect that your teaching background would make you exactly the sort of patron she'd be happy to assist." As they sat in Mrs. Pemberton's cosy parlour, surrounded by the accumulated treasures of a life well lived, and the warm glow of firelight that cast dancing shadows on walls, lined with beloved books, Father Brown found himself reflecting on the evening's journey from mystery to resolution. What had begun as a simple walk through the village had revealed the interconnected nature of community life, where individual struggles often reflected broader patterns of isolation and pride that could be addressed through the patient application of neighbourly care. The discovery of Mrs. Hartwell's keys had led to understanding Mrs. Fletcher's financial worries, which had connected to Mrs. Pemberton's domestic difficulties, which had revealed the universal human need for community support and mutual assistance. Each woman had been trying to maintain an appearance of complete competence, while wrestling with challenges that could have been more easily managed with help from neighbours who understood both their circumstances and their characters. "Mrs. Pemberton," Father Brown said, as the evening drew toward its peaceful conclusion, "I hope you'll consider joining Mrs. Fletcher and Tommy for their visit to sort through your household accounts. Sometimes the most difficult tasks become manageable when approached as community projects rather than individual burdens." Mrs. Pemberton nodded with growing enthusiasm for the prospect of shared problem-solving. "I would like that very much," she said gratefully, "and perhaps I could reciprocate by helping Tommy with his studies. I may be having difficulties with arithmetic lately, but I still remember quite a bit about literature and history." Tommy's face brightened at this suggestion, while Mrs. Fletcher smiled with the particular pleasure that comes to parents when they see their children offered educational opportunities that they couldn't provide alone. "That would be wonderful," she said warmly. "Tommy loves learning, and having such an experienced teacher as a neighbour would be a tremendous blessing." Father Brown rose from his chair as the cottage clock chimed 10 o'clock, understanding that the evening's gentle mysteries had found their resolution in the kind of community connection that strengthened all involved. The abandoned book had been returned to its grateful owner. The lost keys had enabled crucial postal assistance, and most importantly, 3 women who had been struggling with their individual burdens had discovered the support system that had existed around them all along. "Ladies Tommy, Constable Williams," he said with the satisfaction that came from witnessing human kindness triumph over isolation and pride, "I believe we can consider this evening's mysteries thoroughly resolved. More importantly, we've demonstrated once again that the apparent coincidences that bring people together often reveal themselves to be the workings of Providence, arranging circumstances so that neighbours can help each other in exactly the ways they most need assistance." As they prepared to take their leave from Mrs. Pemberton's cottage, the elderly woman rose to accompany them to the door with movements that seemed lighter and more confident than when they had arrived. The prospect of shared problem-solving and mutual support had transformed her anxiety into anticipation, while the knowledge that her difficulties were neither unique nor insurmountable had restored her natural dignity. "Thank you all," she said as they gathered in her doorway, "for helping me remember that independence doesn't require isolation, and that accepting help from friends is a sign of wisdom rather than weakness." The moonlight that greeted them as they stepped outside seemed brighter than before, illuminating a village at peace with itself and its inhabitants. Cottage windows glowed warmly throughout Little Wickham, speaking of families settled in for the night with the security that came from knowing they were part of a community that cared for all its members. Father Brown's evening walk had indeed revealed the gentle mysteries that lay beneath the surface of village life, but more importantly, it had demonstrated the enduring truth that human beings are meant to face their challenges together rather than in isolation. As they made their way back through moonlit streets toward their respective homes, each member of their small group carried with them the satisfaction that comes from witnessing community care transform individual struggles into shared strengths. The priest paused at the village green one final time, looking back toward the cottages where new friendships had been forged, and old anxieties had been replaced with hope. In the morning, Mrs. Fletcher's letter would be expedited toward its destination with the support of postal provisions designed to help worthy families through temporary difficulties. Mrs. Hartwell would begin her day with the security that came from recovered keys and the knowledge that her professional kindness had enabled crucial assistance, and Mrs. Pemberton would wake with the anticipation of neighbours coming to help sort through problems that no longer seemed overwhelming when shared with caring friends. Little Wickham settled into peaceful slumber around them, its residents secure in the knowledge that they were part of something larger than their individual lives, a community where gentle mysteries could unfold into gentle solutions, where human kindness multiplied itself through countless small gestures of care, and where evening walks could reveal the profound truth that love, in its most practical forms, remained the strongest force for healing the ordinary struggles that touched every human heart. Father Brown's footsteps echoed softly on the cobblestones as he made his way toward the rectory, carrying with him the deep contentment that came from a pastoral evening well spent, and the quiet certainty that tomorrow would bring new opportunities for the kind of gentle ministry that transformed communities one conversation at a time. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off under the glowing skyline of Toronto, the desert quiet of Marrakesh, the lantern-lit nights of Seoul, or the wave-kissed shores of Athens? If this tale brought you calm like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this, let the night embrace you. Let your dreams travel far. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.